the slime compatible body trackers. And I think I've basically captured everything I possibly can. I built software that's compatible with the 3DS, PS5 controllers, Wii remotes, nunchucks, and a lot of other controllers. And the scary thing is that it most definitely works in VR chat. Now, it's not perfect, but this is probably the best that controller-based tracking is ever going to be or look. Barring some really big software prediction progress. But, you know what? I still think it's insane how far this project has come. And I think the only logical next step is to move on to making real tracking hardware. So, I'll keep you guys posted on that. What made me create these ungodly contraptions? Well, I've been playing a lot of VR chat, and I want full body tracking. Vive trackers are kind of expensive, so I learned about Slime VR. They're open source and cheaper. Let's see, how much are they in Canadian dollars? Okay, Slime VR are $303 Canadian. I don't have that much money. So I learned that someone made software that lets you use Joy-Cons as Slime VR trackers. I don't have that, so I wrote code that let me use PS5 controllers as Slime VR trackers. So this took about a week. And let's run it. Okay, the first PS5 controller has been detected. And now the second one has. Alright, so the Slime VR software seems to be picking up the controllers. Now, when we rotate the controller, the Slime VR software also seems to be picking up the correct rotations. I am sending the rotation data, well actually I have to convert the accelerometer data and the gyroscope data that the PS4 or PS5 controller has and send to Slime VR. Okay, we're also going to install a program called OOTrack. OOTrack lets you use your cell phone as a Slime VR tracker. Here's a diagram of my proposed body placement, but apparently you need 5 trackers. So, I wrote code to pretend I have 5. So all my trackers seem to show up, the DualSense shows up, and my fake thigh tracker shows up too. Okay, we're gonna walk around and test these out on our feet. They seem to stay on. I just used a bunch of yarn. Alright, so we're in VR chat. When we put our legs behind us, it seems to work. Putting legs in front of us seems to also work. Alright, let's try stretching. Kinda works. Let's sit down. I mean, getting those kinda weird looking, but I mean, after they settle in, it's looking okay. And let's turn to our side. I mean, still kind of okay, right? Alright, let's try lifting our legs up. And it seems to look okay. Alright, lift up both legs. Alright, let's stand up. Yeah, that did look a little weird, but I mean, baby steps, right? Alright. Just doing some upper body stuff. Alright, let's try jumping. That doesn't look too bad. Alright, so I have the foot rotation tied to the HMD rotation because I couldn't figure out how to get consistent yaw, and if I spin around in circles, it kind of does some janky stuff to the feet. And if I walk around, it's also kind of jank, so, you know. So, if I had more PlayStation 5 controllers, maybe this would work a little better, because I'd have actual, 2 extra sensors. But getting a couple Joy-Cons seems to be cheaper, because I can get 2 of them for $99. And, okay, this project is on GitHub, open source, whatever, so if anyone wants to contribute and makes this better, they can. And, so you might be wondering, how did the Slime VR community react to this? Well, when I talked about using PS5 controllers, if you want to use your PS5 controllers as Slime VR trackers, you now can. I can't guarantee that they're the best method of foot tracking, but if you have them laying around and you can't afford getting Slime VR trackers in the meantime, although you probably should get Slime VR trackers to begin with, if you can afford it, you can try PS5 controllers, if you got them. So, it's been a month since I decided to do something absolutely cursed, because I don't really have money. I decided to turn PS5 controllers into slime trackers. And I've had a lot of time to reflect. I even came up with a better way to mount them to my legs. Rather than using slippers and yarn, I'm now using headphone bags and bungee cables. Don't worry about it though. I don't lose too much circulation in my feet. I mean, they have fallen asleep a few times, but that's neither here nor there. So, let's go over what's changed. Here's a diagram of what I was doing before. But, I found a cell phone with a broken screen, but otherwise still works, so it's now a chest tracker. That's the wrong photo. So anyway, here's everything I'm working with. And I've got some brand new software. Let's see how it all holds up now, a month later. So I'm putting my legs behind me, doing a little dance, lifting my legs in front of me, and to the sides. Let's try sitting down. It's always a little scuffy getting up or getting down, but I can now move my legs forwards and backwards. And also, kind of lift my legs up. And this is using pure rotation that is based on the PS5 controllers. And this is me spinning around. So the phone I'm using as my hip tracker is kind of helping with the calculations here. Alright, this is us laying on our stomach, where we can now bend our legs behind us. It's not perfect, but considering this is just 2 PS5 controllers that are tracking my feet, I am impressed with how far it's kind of come along. So, more side to side legs and spinning at the same time. And here's some walking. Don't mind the fact that some things in my taskbar were open. And yeah, we're doing some spinny spins. Jump spin. Or leg stuff. Lifting our legs up and spinning. And another little dance. Now, let's try some strafing. Walking is still kind of weird, but it's a little better than it used to be. By how much, I'll let you guys judge, but, you know, it's a lot more responsive than it was before. And I was able to do that partially by getting rid of the gyro, which sounds backwards, but it meant I didn't have to do any smoothing over time. And yeah, it seems to work. Another thing that's really good is that the feet rotation is now completely independent from the HMD rotation. I am able to get the hip tracker rotation and use that to inform the yaw of the feet, since I found that to be the most accurate way of doing yaw for the feet. And yeah, that's everything. There's a GitHub, you can try it out. It works for PS5 controllers, DualShock 4, and maybe some other gyro-based controllers that I haven't tested yet. So, go crazy. I do not endorse or support the use of controllers with slime. SlimeVR was a mistake and nobody shall ever use it, besides the people using the Wrangler remote version, which is illegal. So I took this as a challenge. I decided to look into SlimeVR, but it's gone. But my budget is low and I want more body trackers. So let's write some Wii homebrew. It works. Alright, let's run the PC application. So basically, we got a Wii remote here, and it's streaming the data directly to my computer from the Wii, so that we can have support for multiple Wii controllers, even the third-party ones. And we even support the nunchuck here, although it's a little less accurate. So this was my old tracker setup. And here is my new tracker setup with the Wii remotes and the nunchucks. And now we've got it all on. Let's see how it looks in VR chat. The feet trackers can get a little wonky because the nunchucks aren't as accurate, but for the most part, the thigh tracking seems to be working okay. And we're just going to keep testing out different positions. But we're able to move our feet, ankles, and thighs separately. And we can now bend our thighs and ankles independently while we're sitting down. And this is, I guess, technically we're using the Wii remotes for the thighs, PS5 controllers for the ankles, and like I said before, the nunchucks are on our feet. A little weirdness spinning around to our stomach, but once we're on our stomach, it seems to be mostly working, aside from, again, the nunchucks aren't super duper accurate. And we're going to try some other motions that really kind of test out the thigh tracking. But yeah, it looks like I've got a lot more range of motion. And also, side note, I did check and see if I could also turn a 3DS or 2DS XL into a body tracker as well, because I know that also has an accelerometer in it. We'll see how that goes. Also, yes, this is on GitHub for people to download and play around with. You just need a Wii, a router that supports 802.11b connections, and some Wii remotes. And of course, the software that needs to be ran. So, I decided to replace the PS5 controllers with Wii remotes. And, you know, it's an experiment, but I decided to go all in on Wii remotes mainly because they are a lot easier to put on and lighter on my feet. I've also got a crap ton of shopping bags, and so it's time to turn them into a custom strap. So these are going to go onto my ankles. And I end up having to do... No, I mostly use hot glue to hold things together, but for some important sections, I did do some minor sewing around the Velcro sections because those get a lot of stress when you put on and take off the straps. And yeah, they seem to hold up and stay on my ankles. We also have the slippers, which have Wii nunchucks held on either end of them by yarn. And overall, while the setup is jank, let's see how it works in VRChat. So the biggest problem I have had trying to get pure Wii remotes working as trackers in VRChat is the polling rate. The polling rate is very, very limiting as far as how fast I can move and what types of motions I can do. The Wii remotes will capture the general pose that I'm trying to do after I'm a bit more still, but any high action movement, the Wii remotes will struggle with. So we're going to go through a few different motions just to kind of show off the capabilities and the limitations of just the pure Wii remote tracking. And I'm using the pure accelerometer data, mostly because not all of the Wii remotes I own have Wii Motion Plus, so there might be some gains in performance to be made if I were to implement the gyro. But again, not all the Wii remotes I have Wii Motion Plus, so just to be on an even playing field, they are all just using the accelerometer. And we're just going to go through a few other poses. I always end up losing my balance when I try to like stand on one foot. But we do have individual control of our feet, ankles, and thighs. And the general rotations are captured. But you can still see that the tracking is really kind of struggling. And you might be wondering, how is this Wii Remote data getting to my computer? If you haven't seen the last video, I have a homebrewed Wii that is receiving the input from the Wii Remotes, and then it is sending that data over Wi-Fi to my PC. And my PC has a application specifically listening for the Wii Remote data, and it processes that data and sends it to SlimeVR, which is then sending that data into VRChat. So we're just going through a few other motions here. And I think that covers it for the most part. Now, there's a bit of a side quest I got caught up in. I started looking into haptic stuff, because I feel like haptics would really improve my VR immersion. And so I learned about bHaptics, and it's around $697 USD if I want to get all the hardware, which is about 969 Canadian dollars. But I realize I have a bunch of haptic devices already. So, we're going to replace the nunchucks on my feet with real Wii Remotes, and we are going to use every device I own. We have 2 Wiis. And so, it turns out that any Wii Remote made by Rock Candy ships without vibration motors. I tried to see if there's any way I could get this Rock Candy third-party Wii Remote to have any kind of vibration in it. So I have a dead Wii Remote. It was fried by a bad battery, but we got disassembled. We disassembled the third-party Wii Remote, and maybe we can harvest the motor from the dead Wii Remote for the third-party one. I figure I can maybe solder it over here, and we solder in the motor. I don't know if those pins actually work yet, but we solder it in anyway. And we forcibly make the plastic bit holding the motor fit. And it doesn't vibrate still. But, hey, SlimeVR recognizes all the Wii Remotes, and courtesy of 2 Wiis funneling the data. The white Wii is sending the data from 4 Wii Remotes, and the other 2 Wii Remotes, their data is being sent by the black Wii. So, I guess you've got that. You can daisy chain Wiis to connect as many Wii Remotes as you want. And that's where we end. Wii Remote tracking. Do I recommend it? I would probably buy slimes. The haptics, on the other hand, I now have head pet haptics, chest haptics, haptics from when people touch my back, thigh haptics, ankle haptics, and foot haptics, but for only one foot. I need some testers.
For what?
I need someone to like punch me in the chest, and then so you're probably wondering how we got here. Why am I asking people to punch me and, assault me? Well, we will explain. I started looking into haptic stuff because I feel like haptics would really improve my VR immersion. And so I learned about B haptics, and it's around $697 USD if I want to get all the hardware, which is about 969 Canadian dollars. But I realized I have a bunch of haptic devices already. Slime VR recognizes all the Wii remotes, and courtesy of two Wiis funneling the data. So, looks like I'm retiring controller-based tracking. So we're going to talk about Somatic VR. Somatic VR makes slime-based VR trackers, but their trackers have some nice quality of life, such as stackable charging, so you can stack a bunch of trackers and charge them with one cable, and a bunch of other kind of features that we'll kind of go over. And basically, Somatic VR made the decision to send me a full set of 10 trackers free of cost.
Hey everyone, my name is Mike, and I'm here to show you how to get up and running with your new Aeros trackers as quickly and easily as possible. So first and foremost, what are Aeros trackers and how do they even work? Well, these are IMU-based trackers, which are inertial measurement units. Effectively, they understand rotation. And so when you have two of them, and you calibrate the distance between them, if I rotate one, I can calculate the placement of the other in 3D space. So as you're moving, I can give you one-to-one motion capture if you are able to calibrate it to very specific parts of your body, like your hips, your knees, your ankles. And that way, when you move, it's in real time capturing that information and rendering it. So when you look down, your leg moves exactly the way that you would expect it to in VR. And so this is useful for applications like VR chat or for game developers trying to get really lifelike animations. Well, these are built off the open source Slime project, and we are a part of that community. So everything we build is also open sourced back to the Slime community to try and foster further development in this full body tracking space.
So, in August, my trackers finally arrive. I start unpacking them all, getting everything laid out, getting everything set up, and all that fun stuff. And I'm really excited to potentially test out the fact that there is a haptic motor in these trackers. And yep, they stack up. And I decide to kind of split the stacks and charge them in separate stacks so they charge a little bit faster. I put them right next to my Wii remotes. Look at that, my Wii remote trackers and real trackers. The only catch is I have to add the haptics myself. So we're gonna plug it into our computer and we're gonna do some stuff to it. First, we edit the tracker firmware. I track down the source code and we add communication. Now I update my program that listens for haptics and it communicates with the tracker. So here's how it went. Alright, we refined a little bit more, so yeah, now it's sound-based. Alright, some other sounds. Okay, let's test these. So at this point, we're basically just calibrating the trackers, doing the different calibration poses. And we finally calibrate VRChat. And yeah, they're definitely trackers. They're a lot better than Wii Remotes and PS5 controllers and using a 2DS XL or whatever other game controller you can come up with that has a gyroscope and an accelerometer in it. Honestly, these have become my new go-to type of trackers to use. And yeah, it's just really cool. On my shoulders, I actually have a couple of trackers that I soldered myself. I'll probably go over that in a different video, but I'm basically wearing 12 different body trackers. But okay, let's test out the haptics. I need some testers.
For what?
I need someone to like punch me in the chest and then
I
touch
got
my
you.
feet
That's all you
and
had to
ankles.
say. Cause violence? Absolutely, I got you.
That's gonna be great.
Alright, so what do you need? Just punch in the chest?
Yeah.
Alright. Anywhere, or is there a specific spot?
Just a chest. It works.
Did
So
you
no
get
70
a haptic vest?
said.
It's a
Good heart.
tracker. It's a tracker that has a haptic motor in it. Honestly, I gotta say, the extent to which the Slime VR community has helped me out with my love for VR body tracking has been amazing. Like, I originally started doing controller-based body tracking because I couldn't afford full body tracking. And it's been tough trying to find income in the current economy to do the things that I want to do. But honestly, the amount of support I've gotten from just the Slime VR Discord and the community in general has been absolutely just unexpected, but unexpected in a very good way. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who has helped me out and just supported the things that I'm doing and just experimenting with, even if some of those experiments are just crazy. So yeah, I think at this point, like, I'm basically, it's just nuts. Like, I got two things I really wanted. I wanted to eventually have really good tracking, and I also wanted haptics. I got both of them in one tracker. That tracker is currently the Somatic VR tracker. It's a slime tracker. It's got haptics in it. I had to add the haptics, but that work I've put in, everyone else is going to be able to use as well. So it's just really cool to be able to work on something like this, and especially thankful for the Somatic VR team for having faith in me, enhancing their product. So yeah, that's basically everything I gotta say. I am live streaming now. I do live streaming on Twitch now, so if you want to watch me there and, you know, work on stuff and do cursed projects or whatever, you can watch me there. So at this point, I basically have 10 different points of haptic contacts that I can have in VR chat. That's nuts. Every Somatic tracker is a haptic point on my body. I have a problem. I've taken basically every controller that I Alrighty. So, today's stream is going to be me going over how I set up my slime trackers. And we're going to kind of go over my full tracking setup. So, the first step is just Slime VR. I'm going to go through the setup wizard here. Usually I don't have to go through this on subsequent attempts, but I just want to go over it just so people are kind of familiar with what it's like to set up slime trackers kind of the first time. So we have the setup wizard. You get set up. I've already got my Wi-Fi stuff set up, so I'll skip that step. Then it wants like all the trackers to be placed down flat on a surface. So I've got my trackers to the side of me. They're just waiting there. I'll skip that. I've already got my stuff labeled. And this is where you kind of start to assign trackers. So let's say, for example, I click on the chest. I can try to find my chest tracker. And I'll put that on. I'll double tap it. That's assigned. And then we can do our hip tracker. Once I got that positioned, that's assigned. Okay. I'll start doing my knees. So I've got my left thigh here. And then, you know, double tap. My right knee. Okay, I've got that on. And then, oh, interesting. Oh, I'm missing a right knee. Yeah, it's not connected. Okay, I'm gonna restart that tracker. And we'll wait for it to start up. Also, notice my microphone was turned down a little bit. It should now be louder. Okay.
tip. Cheap viewers on streambo.com. Remove the space.
Okay, we got that tracker done. Okay, now we'll do the right ankle. Okay, I've got that on. And the right ankle's not connected, so I will disconnect. I'll reboot that tracker too. Okay, put that back. Or, yeah. Okay, that's connected. Gonna wait like 10 seconds before I put it on. Okay. Put that on. That's assigned to the right ankle. Okay. Get into the left ankle now. So I would click the left ankle. Get that on. Okay, that is on. Okay, cool. Then we can start attaching trackers to the feet. So, do our left foot. That's on. You just double tap. The right foot. Put that on. And our right foot's also not connected, so I will restart that tracker too. Okay, get that on our foot. And that's left. Okay, we got my elbows are left. So put that on. The right upper arm. Okay, so now I can click I'm ready. And then the next step is we can do our automatic mounting. So, yep, we have all our trackers on. So I'm going to click, I have all my trackers on. Gonna full reset. I'm going to stand in the pose that's in the picture. And in the ski pose, I'm going to stand like I'm skiing. So I kind of bend down, 45-degree angle, and he's bent. And, okay, we're good to go. And I'm just going to skip this. Okay, so this next step, I'm going to have to put on my VR headset. I'm using PCVR. I think if you're using with the Quest standalone, you'll have to figure out what your actual height is subtracted by where your eyes are. So basically, Slime VR measures from the headset position to the floor. So that's like roughly about where your eyes are sitting. And then it adds a few extra inches in its calculations to average your height. I'm just putting the headset on now. I'm just waiting for the Quest to fully be ready. So I launch Steam VR. Okay. Just waiting for virtual desktop to connect. It's taking its time. And okay, SteamVR is loading. All right. There we go. So we're gonna click retry measuring. It's gonna measure my height for my headset. I'm gonna click use headset height. Okay, I'm just gonna measure my floor height. Look at my controller as low down to the ground as it can. Just gonna sanity check that we're as close to the ground as we could have gotten. Okay. I think that's close enough. And then reset all proportions. And now we can continue. And you can kind of see this little skeleton at the side. Oh, okay. So there's one other step I gotta do, which is, okay. Oh.
This stream crazy fun.
Thank you. Okay, I'm actually gonna switch microphones. I'm gonna switch to my Quest Pro microphone. It's a little less nice to listen to, but because I'm in VR, I'm gonna be walking around a lot, so I need something closer to my face.
Big Guy 2089 says,
There we go.
yo, what's that shit under there? Okay, there we go. Oh yeah. If you're talking about the donation goal, that is a goal to change my avatar. If people want to do that. You have to be more specific. Alrighty. So we got all our trackers connected. And our skeleton preview looks fine. So we're going to start up VRChat. Now, at best, I can just guess, unless you specifically say which thing you're looking at. Oh, OVR Toolkit is in the way. Why is this focus on OVR Toolkit? Alright. So this is all our stuff set up. Okay, where are we looking? Which location are we looking for? Underwear? Cool. Yeah. I get rent to pay. Alright. Alright. Okay, so the next thing we gotta do is turn on the face tracking. And the toe tracking. That's just a standard VRChat feature. Okay. Oh. What the heck? I've got... Okay, that looks better. Okay, now I can get the stream camera going. We don't talk about that. I'm sure there are some people who do that, though. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna turn on the audio so that the chat can go through.
When I got what I need, money, cocaine, and a little bit of weed. Know I got fans, but it's hard to believe, cause the fame mean nothing when it's all on the screen. I've been going through the weeks, days, months, and a minute.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, VR chat's got a lot of different content for people to play through. Lots of different worlds. And yeah. There are adults who do adult things.
Migai 2089 said, yeah, and lots of different gooning types.
Okay, this camera's being a little stupid. Okay, I guess I'll just try walking back. But yeah. The people in VR chat spend quite a bit of money too, which is interesting to say the least. Like, VR chat's got full body tracking support, so all that setup I did before, I can now, like, when I move my body in real life, my avatar mimics it.
Said, they spend money on virtual pussy and not.
There are people in VR chat that do charge money for doing certain things. There's also like a entire like market for like avatar making too.
Migai 2089 said, but I mean the tracking's cool NGL.
Yeah. I originally started with like using Wii remotes as my body tracking. So I had like a literal like Wii that I wrote custom code for, and like it took Wii remote data, because Wii remotes can like track rotation, like which direction they're facing too. And so I would just send that to a program that made VR chat understand it. And so for like the first like at least 3 months, I think I was like using Wii remotes, and then a couple PS5 controllers, since those also have gyro in them. It's like all my trackers, they just track rotation. You put one on each joint, and then that's how you can like know how to bend each joint.
2089 said, that's crazy cool, nice. So you do like coding stuff?
Yeah. To my own mental detriment, but I kind of obsess about code and at the moment body tracking. I want to get the flying camera working, but VR chat's just not behaving.
Migai 2089 said, some people FR use this for the wrong stuff.
There are for sure people who use VR chat for the wrong stuff. Or maybe it's the right stuff. It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Migai 2089 said, "Yo, whoa."
Yeah, I'm going to show off the latest thing tracking I've been working on. And I fully expect people that are not going to abuse this, but check this out. If I bend my toes in real life, they also bend in VR chat. I'm sure no one's going to abuse that at all. I'm sure that will just be used for extra immersion. Just for more
Migai
accurate tracking.
2089 said, "Yo, nah, that's some feet fetish shit."
But like, if you think about it, right, there's also hand tracking. So like, if I put my controllers down, wait for them to like fall asleep.
Migai 2089 said, "Yeah, sure, extra immersion."
Like, I've got hand tracking as well. So like, I can do all sorts of like gestures, like, you know, hang loose and all that stuff. So like, when I move my hands in real life, they move in VR chat too. So, you know, theoretically, the feet are no different. They're just joints in a body. Hypothetically. Of course, I can't control what people do with the tracking once they have it.
Migai 2089 said, "Yo, whoa, but feet are like nobody sees them. We see hands umveride, nobody sees hands and thinks of it sexually."
Yeah. There might be that one person who does. I mean, think about like all those people who will like take a lady's hand and like kiss it. There might be some deeper meaning behind that. Who knows?
Migai 2089 said, "That's normal though."
But what defines normal? There could be a universe where people kissing feet is seen as normal. And looking at hands is weird. Alright, we got the free camera finally working. Oh, and I've got stick drift. That's cool. Okay, default. Just gonna stick with this camera. Alright, so we got this house here.
Migai 2089 said, "Normal is like liking a lady and kissing her hand, but thinking about gooning or some when you see a hand is insane creepy."
Yeah. Yeah, like... It's definitely interesting. Because it's like... You can go to a beach, right? And like... Most people are going to be barefoot at a beach because you don't want sand in your socks. And I don't think anyone really thinks about... Hopefully no one's thinking about feet that much while they're at the beach.
Migai 2089 said, "Yo, nah, never thought of that."
And the one thing I've kind of learned is like, unfortunately, just about everything that can be a fetish has been turned into one.
Migai 2089 said, some creep could just be gooning his shit to a pair of sandy feet on the beach.
Yeah, hopefully not in public. Like, if they do that, like, if they're, like, at home, and, like, no one has to, like, see it, then it's probably fine. Or, like,
Hey, new follower.
if two people have, like, consented to that kind of thing, that's probably fine. Who am I to judge? But, yeah, definitely not in public. But, like, there's a whole wide range of, like, things that people have managed to turn sexual. Even though, like, the base thing isn't usually supposed to be. Oh,
Migai
that's-
2089 said, I hope there's not a fucking ear fetish.
So, unfortunately, I've seen way too much on the internet. That most definitely probably exists.
Migai 2089 said, yo nah that's foul.
Yeah. Probably, like, if it's got a hole, there's probably some drawing out there on the internet, on Rule 34, that probably has that category of fetish covered. So, but that's like, a person could probably spend, like, the next month going over every single thing that people have turned into something that they view as gratifying.
Migai 2089 said, if there's a hole there's a goal but not fucking ears and nostrils.
Yeah. I'm sure the average person would agree. But then there's also a lot of not average people.
Migai 2089 said, yeah I saw some MF kink is pee like dog pee, are you serious?
Yep, that definitely does exist. That's definitely one of those things that I would definitely not be into either. You go to, like, even, like, I think OnlyFans and, like, Fansly, which are, like, dedicated adult content sites. They have rules against, like, that kind of stuff, like defecation and, yeah, urine, scat. That stuff is just, you don't do that on those platforms.
Migai 2089 said, yo nah that's nasty.
Yeah. But yeah, there's people who are into that, but yeah. What people do in their own home, I'm not gonna say what people can and can't do. Definitely not for me. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of interesting people out there. The human experience is a very, varied and complicated thing. But let's ask a question. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Migai 2089 said, yo, nobody gon' catch me watching some girls pee in a cup and drink it, or some never in my fucking life even thought about it, like yo, with that the fuck.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is, the very unfortunate thing is like,
Migai 2089 said, yo, hell nah, pineapple doesn't belong on there.
right. So, I love pineapple on pizza. I have this ingredient list that I there's this build your own pizza thing, and I built the pizza with like every ingredient because I didn't know what ingredients I wanted. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna do all of them. And 30 minutes later, the pizza place calls me and it's like, hey, this is a lot of toppings on one pizza. Are there any you want to remove? And I'm like, no, just put them all on there. Just cook it maybe like a few minutes longer or something. Let's just see how it turns out. It was the best pizza I've ever eaten. It was great. As far as like the bodily fluid stuff, there's people out there who have made bank just selling like Gamer Girl bathwater, and they just made bank. I think some other person like just sold. They just farted in jars and sold that. Somehow that made money. There's a lot of weird people out there, but you know, I guess if there's a market
Migai
for
2089 said, whatever floats your boat, IG.
Yeah, there's like a whole market of just, there's a market for everything. And yeah, the human experience is just interesting. Oh, as far as food though, I'm currently eating a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich. I decided to try it one day just to be funny, and it didn't taste terrible, so now I'm just eating a peanut butter and mayo sandwich for like, I've been eating those for like the past week. I've told people that, and they're like, it's either been like, that's weird, or some people are like, huh, that doesn't actually sound that weird. I was expecting peanut butter and mayo sandwich to sound a lot weirder than some people have reacted to it.
Migai 2089 said, yo, I once had cake with fucking salami. I ate like 10 pieces of that shit at a all-inclusive resort.
Damn. That would be an interesting thing. Here's the thing, right? I'm the type of person where anytime I like see like an
Migai
unconventional food
2089 said, that shit slapped.
Yeah, like anytime I see like an uncommon food combination, like it might sound weird at first, but like I'll try it. Like the worst thing that can happen is it'll taste bad and I don't try it again. So I'll still try it. And sometimes you find some interesting combinations just by like, hey, these things don't normally go together, but what if I just try this? I'll try like a bite just to see how it tastes. And sometimes like, yeah, you end up with some stuff that just, this actually tastes good. What the heck?
Migai 2089 said, I would try it if it's anything without fucking raw tomatoes.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like there's definitely some vegetable, I guess tomatoes, I've always kind of say taste more like a vegetable, but technically they're a fruit. It's like weird.
Migai 2089 said, I can throw the fuck up from that.
Yeah. Like tomato, I don't mind so long as like they're like an ingredient and not like someone like taking a bite out of a tomato like an apple. I couldn't do that. But like if it's like in a tomato sauce or like it's just like spread out in like a sandwich, I don't usually have a problem with it. Same with like onions. I would never bite into an onion, but like if that's like cut up into pieces and like it's like cooked in like a larger meal, I'm usually fine with onion.
Migai 2089 said, "Holy fuck, I could eat 10 raw onions."
Yeah. God, if I ever one thing I've thought about, like if I ever like had kids and they had like friends over, just be like go to like their room when their door's open, look at them, just take a bite out of like an onion and be like, onions have layers. And then just walk out. No further explanation.
Migai 2089 said, "Yo, T-Gat kid wouldn't come back."
Yeah. Look, I thrive off of making people cringe internally sometimes. And I've got some just wild ideas out there.
Migai 2089 said, "They would be traumatized off the fucking onions have layers."
But don't you know, Shrek is love, and Shrek is life. And, you know, I don't know, maybe anyone who doesn't think that is no child of mine. I like how I got these Quest Pro controllers and they like to disconnect at
2089
random.
said, "I would just come in their room with a fucking unpeeled banana, take Q bite and just make fucking ape noises."
See, if you're gonna take a bite out of a banana, you gotta like bite it through the side, through the skin of the banana. So you don't even unpeel it, you just bite the side of the banana. Just not even from the top or the bottom, just the side. And then, yeah, the ape noises. Just add to it.
Migai 2089 said, "Just leave it on the floor after."
Yeah. Or like, if you're like, if your kid like offers you some gum and they like hand you the whole container, like, you know, those rolls of gum that like they open up like halfway from the top. If they hand it to you, just like take a big bite from the side, hand it back to them and be like, "Thank you." I know, just I can come up with just the right way to make people just be like, "Oh, you're not
Migai
supposed to do it that
2089
way."
said, "Or just the big pack of gum in the like containers, just dump the whole thing in your mouth."
Yeah. Or like a Tic Tac container. Actually, is there a wrong way to eat Tic Tacs? I actually don't think there is. Aside from like putting the whole thing in your mouth, but that's just like extra minty.
Migai 2089 said, "Eating the packaging."
Yeah. Or like, you know those like those tinfoil wrapped chocolates? Just like putting the whole thing in your mouth with the wrapping, and you just chew on it, and like you get the chocolate out, and then you just spit out the metal once you're done, almost like it's a sunflower seed. That would be that would be a great way to make people just stare and think like, what are they doing? Why are they eating them that way?
Migai 2089 said, "No, just leave the chocolate and eat the metal."
Oh no, that would actually have to go through your digestive tract though. That would like, you know what? There's probably people who do that, but like for medical reasons, I don't think you'd actually want to be swallowing metal. Like that would like have to go through your intestines and like scratch, and the metal would like scratch its way through, and like, you know, once it ends up out the other end, it would be like a bunch of metal bits in there. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like that stuff would not digest.
Migai 2089 said, "Or YK those little like wrappers on them little sweets, like just eat the paper and leave the sweet."
Okay, paper might be a little less bad to ingest, just because that stuff does actually break down. I don't know if it would be very nutritious, but actually, I'm gonna search that up. Is it safe to eat paper? I don't know.
Migai 2089 said, "Just take a bite out of a fucking textbook during school."
I think the thing that would be the most unhealthy about eating paper is probably the ink. But I'm gonna search this. Is it safe to eat? And we're not gonna ask ChatGPT or an AI this question, because an AI would probably just say yes. Is it safe to eat paper? Okay. So it looks like it depends on the paper. Some paper is safe to eat. But if it's like paper that's like got plastic or other stuff in it, or maybe any chemicals that were used to make the paper, apparently. Oh god. One person's like, I used to eat little squares of paper. They made me
Migai
see vivid
2089
colors and become one of the cosmos.
"Yeah, like fucking reship paper fun up."
Huh. Apparently, it's not uncommon for people to just. Oh wow, there's people who literally do just eat paper, just as like a stem. Okay. Okay. So apparently, as far as paper is concerned, oh, my hair is doing something weird. What? Yeah. But yeah, I guess apparently
Migai
it will just
2089
pass through.
said, "Yo, what the fuck, same people that fucking goon to nostrils."
You know, I'm not sure that those categories necessarily correlate, but you could have a person who has a certain fetish who also eats paper. I'm thinking about correlations in my mind that make sense, as far as like, you know, maybe someone in this category of person might eat paper, but I feel like there's it's like people who bite their nails, right?
Migai 2089 said, "Imagine just being hungry for fucking paper."
Actually, wasn't there Yeah, there was like a TV show all about people who like to eat things that are very unorthodox. I don't remember the exact name of it, but it was like probably on like TLC or something. Was it like My Strange Addiction? Maybe it was that show. Like you have people who like eat their hair. People who
Migai
like
2089 said, at a restaurant, let me get 3 sheets of paper.
Oh, that reminds me. Have you heard of this? There was this guy on YouTube. I think it was like called Shoe Nice, and he would like eat deodorant sticks. He'd eat like icy hot. He'd like eat toothpaste. Just like all this weird stuff that like you should not be eating, but he would just he had to have like been puking it up or going to poison control after doing these videos or something, because there's no way this man is still alive. But yeah, like he just ate a whole deodorant stick like on video, like he rolled the whole thing up and he's taking bites out of it like it's like taffy or something, and he's like actually swallowing it. Or like like this is stuff like you would not want anyone doing. Like this man he's just putting these videos on YouTube of eating these just different things that he's still alive. He's posted the videos like recent as like probably like within like the last year. And this is like a decade ago. He was like eating all this stuff. Or like he has like a whole bottle of like Everclear.
Migai
And he like
2089
downs the whole thing.
said, yo, I watched the dude who gets stung vy all the fucking types of Asian killer on ultra shit 3-meter Vesp.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know how we got from food to eating things that you don't.
Migai 2089 said, did he drink bleach?
You know, I think that's the one thing that Shoe Nice didn't do. I don't think I've seen any videos of them drinking bleach. Something tells me that bleach is maybe a little more toxic than the other things. Maybe that's how he got away with it. As far as those other items. I have heard people. I heard this fun story of a guy who did actually drink bleach. Like raw
Migai
bleach, and it
2089
screwed up his stomach.
said, did he drink fucking rat poison?
I don't think. You know, I haven't seen any video of him doing that, but yeah, I don't think I've seen him actually do rat poison. Like, it's stuff that's just weird. I saw him, like, eat a bunch of weird stuff, but I never saw him consume anything that was, like, explicitly labeled as, like, poison.
Migai 2089 said, but taking a bite out of a deodorant stick is wild.
Yeah. Just calibrating my tracking again. Yeah.
Migai 2089 said, bet it tasted like rainbows and sunshine.
Yeah, if it was like an Old Spice deodorant stick, you know, those probably like take you on a vacation. Like some of those deodorant sticks do smell like candy. I'm gonna take a drink of my that's some hot chocolate that I forgot about. It's probably cold chocolate now. Okay, it's lukewarm chocolate. Oh, well, yeah. It still tastes good, so probably fun.
Miguy 2089 said. But those like cheap chemical smelling off-brand deodorant must be like fucking piss or some.
Oh, God,
Miguy 2089 said. I love cold hot chocolates.
Yeah. They actually had a name for that. If you add coffee to it, it's just called, like, iced coffee. Iced coffee sounds like an interesting concept.
Miguy 2089 said. Ew.
Like,
Miguy 2089 said. Yo, it's so fire.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I actually prefer a lot of things warm. Like, I don't know, like, cold coffee just seems so... I'm not gonna judge people, because, like, people can consume whatever they like. It's fine, but for myself personally, like, iced coffee just seems like a weird concept. Like, for me, it's like coffee is supposed to be hot and warm. Like, I recently tried something where, like, I'm like, cereal, usually you eat it with, like, cold milk, but I decided, you know what? What if I try it with, like, warm, heated up
Miguy
milk,
2089
and it tasted so good.
said. I prefer a lot of stuff. Cold coffee is just good warm, but everything else is good cold.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Like, I know people are also, they really like things like cold pizza. Some people, like, really love cold pizza, especially if it's been in the fridge. But, for me, it tastes so much better when it's warm. Especially, like, when it's, like, fresh.
Miguy 2089 said. Then go to a farm and just squeeze out the milk from the tit. It's warm too.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get that fresh. Well, maybe I could. I would just have to. So, I'm lactose intolerant. So I either have to get milk that has been pre-processed and has all the lactose removed, or I have to take a lactase pill, which helps my body break down milk a little better. Otherwise, I get really stuffy, I get gassy. It's not a pretty sight. It's an unfortunate thing to be born with, but it's like, oh, if I want to eat ice cream or these things that taste good, it's like, I'm going to love the taste, but I'm going to
Miguy
suffer.
2089 said. Yo, does human milk taste like cow milk?
You know what? It's been a long time since I've tasted human milk. The last time I've tasted human milk, I was probably between the ages of 1 to 2 years old, maybe 3 years old. No, actually, no, by 3 years old, I was probably eating solid food. Yeah, I'm 29, so it's been, like, probably, like, at least 26 years. Or 27 years since I last, got to taste human milk. As far as I've been told, it tastes different. Human milk does not taste like cow's milk.
Miguy 2089 said. Yeah, same.
Oh. One thing that's fun, I can just switch my avatar. I want to just show off something like super cursed. This is like a. Oh, now I'm really tall. Damn. Yeah. Check this out. If you know anything about VR chat, you've probably heard about Ugandan Knuckles. Obligatory Ugandan Knuckles, but like sexy Ugandan Knuckles because, why not? Totally not cursed. It's got face tracking too. It's lovely.
Miguy 2089 said, "Yo, whoa, whoa, whoa."
Or like
Miguy 2089 said, "Also jiggle physics again."
Yep. It wouldn't be VR chat if it didn't have jiggle physics. Like, okay, I gotta be honest though, like, the first day I played VR chat was like in February of this year. As far as like actually starting it up and sticking around. I was in this avatar world where you can pick a bunch of avatars and you can favorite them if you like the look of them. And I was like with some friends who happened to be on. I'm like, you know what? Friends are playing it. I'll play it with them just to play it with them. And the first thing I see is like all the avatars have jiggle physics in their chest, and like I'm looking at it in VR, and I'm like, oh shit. That might be a selling point. And I've been stuck in the game ever since.
Miguy 2089 said, "Yo, I mean if you can't get real boobies IG it's only option."
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting when like someone figures out how to like wire this stuff directly into the brain. You won't even
Miguy
need a VR headset.
2089 said, "Last resort FR."
Yeah. Like one day this is just gonna become the Matrix where like your nervous system gets connected to the game. It'll be like Sword Art Online, where like it's just full dive, your body's just sitting in a bed somewhere, but you're like fully immersed. And like stuff will happen in the virtual world and you'll like really feel it and like really feels like you really see it.
Miguy 2089 said, "Holy fuck, I hope not."
Like you can like just people have uploaded a lot of avatars to this game. I don't play League, but like I think Jinx kind of has a cool look. I was even like it's also this avatar, which is like
Miguy
from a horror game.
2089 said, "What's that supposed to be?"
Have you ever heard of a game called Kneeside? If you haven't, you should totally look at a playthrough of it. Or buy it. Probably buy it, yeah. But it's a very interesting kind of psychological horror.
Miguy 2089 said, "This does not look like from a horror game."
Oh, that's the best part. It doesn't look like it's from a horror game. That's how they get you. You think it's going to be a dating sim, but no.
Migai 2089 said, Fire tunes.
Yeah, I wish this avatar could do more. It's also like, oh god, got this weird looking avatar from like, I guess it's a popular show. Just a lot of
Migai
wild stuff.
2089 said, yo, what is that?
I think this character, I think it's Kane from The Amazing Digital Circus. People have like built just all sorts of avatars for this game. Or like, if you've ever been like an Xbox person as a kid,
Migai 2089
there's this character from Jet Set
said,
Radio.
That's like my friend telling me she straight teeth.
Yeah. Speaking of teeth, dentistry is expensive.
Migai 2089 said, Yo FR.
Yeah, there's also avatars that like make everything look weird. Like if I put on, I'm curious if it comes through on the stream camera. If I put on this avatar, everything just becomes weird and like it looks like I'm just tripping. And this is just attached to this avatar. I put on this avatar and this happens.
Migai 2089 said, Yo, whoa, feels like I'm high.
Yeah, exactly. There's just some wild stuff. Or like, you can become like a transformer.
Migai 2089 said, I used to love Transformers.
Yeah, I remember my dad was really into Transformers. When I was a kid, like we would like, he had like, I think all the seasons downloaded, and we would just like watch them. And then we had like the Transformers movies, and then I think now I'm remembering like the 2000s when like the Michael Bay films.
Said, That's fire.
I remember in particular, like with the animated Transformers movies, I remember like in one of the movies, like one of the characters, usually like characters don't swear, but like I remember one of the characters said the word shit, and I'm like, damn, it must be really bad if that character said shit for the first time ever.
Migai 2089 said, I grew up with my dad watching MASH.
Nice. Gonna Google that real quick. Okay.
Migai 2089 said, M.A.S.H.
Oh, damn. So like a historical film?
Migai 2089 said, just like war comedy.
Okay. So probably based on like
Migai
the conflicts of the
2089
time. They're
said,
poking fun.
it's like a lot just comedy.
Okay.
Migai 2089 said, comedy series.
All right. My avatar's taking a bit to load.
Migai 2089 said, you don't get annoyed by the robot saying my name over and over again at each message.
That's just how the bot works. Also lets other people kind of hear when I'm talking or who I'm talking to.
Migai 2089 said, yo whoa, why did you avatar spawn without a bot?
That a what?
Migai 2089 said, what the fuck did I say? Migai 2089 said, without a top.
Oh. Yeah, this avatar's a little dumb. It like loads the avatar and then it starts to load everything else. It's just how it loads everything in. Alright, we're gonna try some worlds. Excuse me. Check out some worlds I
Migai
favorited.
2089 said, yo whoa, does that avatar have like Gunnar presets or some? Migai 2089 said, crazy ass shit.
Oh, one of the worlds I favorited is gone. Alright. We're switching the world up.
Migai 2089 said, yo, your voice sound nice BTW.
Thank you. Alright. New world. Curious if the TV in this world works today.
Migai 2089 said, are you Canadian?
Yeah, I am very much Canadian. I've lived in Canada since the day I was born. Although, interestingly enough, my mother's from the States, my dad is from Canada, my mother moved to Canada, and actually, I was conceived in an Indiana dorm room, but I was born in Canada. That's interesting to think about.
Migai 2089 said, "That's crazy."
Yeah. One thing that's interesting is like the world we're in now is actually based on one of the childhood homes I grew up in. So like if I flip the camera here,
Migai 2089 said, "FR." Migai 2089 said, "Cool."
yeah, so like if we look around, like my dad, he had like this desktop computer here that like he let him like do work. Oh, my controller's being weird. No, let me pick it up. Let me pick up the camera. Okay, my controller's doing some weird things to me. All right, there we go. So, yeah, my dad had this computer just mounted
Migai
on the
2089
TV so he could work and watch
said,
TV and movies.
"Yo tots cool AF."
And then, you know, we got like, I still need to add the smoke detector. I want to like add a smoke detector to this world that like every so often it'll just like beep at random. Because sometimes, you know, the batteries start to die. But yeah, you know, you got the kitchen, the fridge, and all that. The closet still needs stuff in it. And then, you know, we go down to the basement.
Migai
And,
2089
you know, you get the workout stuff.
said, "Just beeps like every 1 or 2 hours."
Yeah. This was the computer where we, like... My parents just downloaded a lot of movies. I remember, like, downloading one movie used to take a week. So we just had, like, a computer that was just the torrenting computer. And it just downloaded movies. And then, you know, you get the other computer down here. And then, you know, we go upstairs.
Migai 2089 said, "Yo, downloading fucking pirated songs was fire back then."
Yeah. Back then, there was a site called ISO Hunt. And I think just everyone downloaded their stuff from there before, like, I think the government took them down and the guy had to, like, got charged, like, a lot of money. I don't even remember the exact number anymore. And then after that, you got the Pirate Bay. Yeah, the early age of just, like, getting content downloading it was wild. This used to be my old bedroom. This is where I used to sleep as a kid.
Migai 2089 said, "Y'all just had a mirror up there."
So, back when I actually lived in this place, at nighttime, you'd look at the window, and you would see your reflection in the window. So I kind of wanted to just recreate that. So, in the actual house, it was more of just like a reflection that you were seeing rather than a mirror. But it could have basically been a mirror with how it, like, looked visually. Then you get the bathroom. And this is like my parents' room. They had like a CRT just in their bedroom.
Migai 2089 said, "Holy fuck, I would get fucking scared every time I would go down there."
Yeah. Oh, crap. I tried to parkour jump to the other side. No, I can't do it. Okay. One more time. Okay. We made it.
Migai 2089 said, "You got this."
Yeah, I'm currently working on a third world. We have some family down in the States, and they got a house that we used to go to. But yeah. I basically tried to make this place kind of feel like...
MigI2089 said, the feet tracking is crazy.
Yeah. The bright side is, like, I can say that I've got tracking on, like, every joint. For science purposes...
MigI2089 said, how do you even make toe tracking?
So, yeah, let's explore that real quick. Let me open up... Let me open up... I actually made a post. Okay. Where is... I need to switch the... Where's OBS? I gotta turn off the... Okay. Okay, browser's on the wrong window. So we move it to... other side. Okay, so you can kind of see I've got like these 3 different like blocks on my legs. So like one's tracking the toes, the other 2 are tracking the feet, and then another 2 are tracking my ankles. And I've basically got these different trackers on like different parts of my body.
MigI2089 said, yo, that's cool.
Yeah. And then if I want to go over just how accurate it can get, that's like with 2 different like trackers on one foot for just the toes. Oh, and then this is for the people. This is for the furries. They can. This is how it looks on those kind of feet. So paw tracking.
MigI2089 said, yo, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah. The furry one got more likes than the human feet one.
MigI2089 said, bare feet is crazy.
Yeah.
MigI2089 said, do people like furries that much or what?
So there has been a correlation I've heard. I have to verify this, but I've heard anecdotally people say that there's a correlation between having a lot of money and being a furry. Now there are poor furries, but I've been told that like it's not uncommon to find a really well-off person who is also a furry who works in IT.
MigI2089 said, yo, imagine just finding out your co-worker is a furry. MigI2089 said, just randomly.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna see if I can like get one of these scenes that has. Okay, yeah, that probably works. Yeah, so we can kind of go through here. These are all the body trackers I'm wearing.
Migai 2089 said. Like just a middle-aged man who is balding slowly, mid-30s, just is like a furry.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a thing, right? Once you're like in a game like VR Chat, the real life appearance just isn't even part of the picture anymore. And people spend a lot of money on just like, in real life, people spend a lot of money on fursuits. And there's people who, in VR Chat, spend a lot of money on just an avatar.
Migai 2089 said. That's crazy, I thought you just had like that green suit with the dots on it.
Oh, this is a wild thing. I turned a 2DS XL into a body tracker. That was fun. Just going through and like different things. Yeah, I picked this the picture of my old tracking. I got like some Walmart bag straps that I made. I just got a couple Walmart bags, so I just have way too many of them. I cut them up and I just turn them into straps. Got the nunchucks on my feet.
Migai 2089 said. Crazy but creative as fuck, FR, I will give you that.
Also, this is like my VR headset. I strapped a PS5 controller to the top of it. I wanted to try and see if I could like have head pat haptics. But anytime someone touched my head in VR Chat, my entire vision would just vibrate like I was having like an earthquake. So
Migai
I took it
2089
off.
said. Head pat haptics?
Yeah. There's like all sorts of like technology people have been building to just feel more immersed in VR. Oh, this is me trying to make a receiver antenna.
Migai 2089 said. Can you make back scratch haptics?
Oh my god. There is probably a way to make that happen. There is probably a way to make that actually happen. And that would sell not just as like something you could connect to VR Chat, but I'm sure there's people who would pay money for a self-automated back scratcher. Just by itself. At most, I can like put a vibrating motor on my back, and I can feel people touch my back. But
said. FR. Migai 2089 said. I would NGL.
this is me trying to like. These are some pictures of some parts I got for building my own trackers. You just get all these different boards and parts. You solder them together, and then you get like a working tracker. Also, I found a way to use them to play like Halo. Yeah, just
Migai
trackers are
2089
interesting.
said. Crazy.
And then here's another one. And this is me like using body trackers to like. I've made it where like if I tilt my body forward or backwards or side to side, that moves me around. And if I move my head around, that like steers and or moves the camera.
Migai 2089 said, "How many do you have on RN?"
Right now I have 12 trackers. So I got 2 elbow trackers, 2 thigh trackers, 2 ankle trackers, 2 foot trackers, and then 2 toe trackers. I'm trying to find a way to get more toe trackers, just for scientifically having more detail in terms of most people can move their feet in 2 distinct sections,
Migai
maybe 3.
2089 said, "Toe trackers is crazy."
Yeah. There's also people who are working on hand tracking gloves, a lot of hand tracking that you'll usually see. At the moment, it's VR headsets have cameras that are kind of looking around, and they'll look at your hands to try and figure out what your fingers are doing. But the moment your hand gets out of view, the hand tracking will stop because the cameras can't see them anymore. So there's people who want actual gloves, because then you can move your hands around, you can put them in front, behind, and they still move.
Said, "How do you do mouth tracking?"
So mouth tracking, I'm using the Quest Pro. Unfortunately, the Quest Pro is discontinued. Meta's not producing them anymore. And I actually got mine for free because Meta was getting rid of their stock. They don't want it in their inventory anymore. So from what I gather, anyone who was registered as a Meta developer, someone who makes apps for the Meta store, they just started sending out all their stock to anyone who is still a developer or who is a developer. And so I just got a Quest Pro one day, just on my doorstep. And yeah, it's got cameras that are looking at my mouth, and it's got cameras that are looking at my eyes and eyebrows. So if I switch to this view and I get closer to the camera, I can if I move my eyes, those move around. And then my eyebrows aren't moving. I don't think the headset's high enough. Okay. I can move my eyebrows up and down. If I
Migai 2089
my mouth, it tracks that.
said, "That's crazy FR."
Yeah, there's a lot of expression that when all this
Migai
tracking comes together, it
2089
allows for a lot of detail.
said, "Even tongue?"
Even
Migai
tongue, yeah.
2089 said, "Crazy."
Yeah, it's nuts. Especially with how cheap it's become. In the past, you'd probably be paying upwards of $10,000 or more just to have any sort of motion capture. And a lot of cinematic facial tracking, you have to put all these dots on your face. And it's tracking all these points. But people who are into VR, a lot of big companies haven't really been investing in it. So you got open source people going out and building this technology that's just cheap. My body trackers that I have on, if you just buy the raw parts, it's only about $10 USD per joint if you know how to solder the stuff together. And then if you're buying from say Slime VR, for example, it's as little as $215 to be able to track your lower joints. And then if you have a VR headset, it's already tracking your hands and your head. And then for face tracking, if you wanted to build it yourself, from what I've been told, the parts are maybe $30 in parts if you know how to solder the stuff together. And then if you are just gonna straight up buy it already built, it's $100. And that gets you your face tracking or your mouth tracking, and then you spend money on like the eye tracking. It's just a lot cheaper than it used to be.
Migai 2089 said, "Do you have hair trackers like, or the game just does the physics?"
For the hair, that's just physics. I did. I mentioned like I could do extra trackers and like do, for example, what if I did breast tracking so that like you have like more accurate physics? Because like, you know, if I like do that, you know, they move around a lot in real life. Breasts don't usually move around a lot like that. Like, you have to move a lot to make them move a lot.
Migai 2089 said, "Yo, whoa, that's crazy."
Yeah, I was like, you know, what if I just had like a tracker on each track? I haven't tested that out yet, but I could theoretically, and that would make for more accurate, you know, physics for different joints. But the way it's kind of done is like we usually only add joints that can't be accurately done using physics. So it's like you can't predict where the arms are going to be with physics. So it's like, okay, yeah, we need to put trackers there.
Migai 2089 said, "Just for scientific reason, right?"
Yes, purely for scientific reason. Asterisk. All right,
Migai 2089 said, "I bet other people won't use it for other smart reasons."
See, here's the thing I've learned about humanity. Whether we like to admit it, every adult I have met, they're all gooners. They all are. Some just hide it better.
Migai 2089 said, "I mean, who isn't?"
Alright. So, the next world, we're going to check out. I'm kind of looking through worlds to see what would be a cool backdrop. Because there's some different cool players, or places.
Migai 2089 said, "Who just never touches themselves FR?"
You know, there's probably that really... There are some... You know?
Migai 2089 said, "Impossible if you're over the age of like 15. Migai 2089 said, "Maybe like Amish."
Yeah, I would bet you might have some, like, really... You know, I was gonna say maybe a really religious person might have the mental strength to avoid doing something like that. But then there's like, I'm not gonna name religions, but you know, there is that one religion that is known for things that I won't elaborate on that seem very goonery to me.
Migai 2089 said, "We have all done it, let's just all agree on that."
Yeah. Alright, this is another kind of fun place. Yeah. Got like this little heads up display. So like I can kind of like just mess around with the colors.
Migai 2089 said, lamps.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And like you can kind of like change the patterns. It's like a cool place to just sit. Speaking of which, where did I put my chair? I still gotta finish my hot chocolate that is now not hot chocolate anymore. It's just chocolate liquid. Mm. Oh wow! I put like a one of those caramel lozenges inside of it to melt too, and like that turned out really good, even though it's a little cold now.
Migai 2089 said, if you think about it, every person that's older than you have gooned at least once in their whole life, even like your old teacher, but you would rather not think about that. Caramel is so fire, Tigo.
Yeah, I was. It's like when you have like a grandma who's given birth to like 5 kids and like created an entire like hierarchy of family that's like below them. That must be an interesting feeling. Thinking like, wow, I gave birth to these, and then they gave birth. My kids gave birth to these, and now I've just from me, I've created this whole web of people underneath me. That must be a
Migai
wild thing to think
2089
about.
said, Yoshi was too rowdy with Grandpa.
Yeah, I remember being like a kid, and then I learned about like sex, and I'm like, you know, a grandma wouldn't know about sex because they're old, right? Like that's how my brain was as a kid. And then you get older and you're like, oh no. Grandma really got it on for me to have all these aunts and uncles. Yeah. I remember you're like taking like a family photo.
Migai 2089 said, my old teacher got pregnant and I was like imagining that she got fucking piped to get pregnant, and since that day the teacher never came back to school.
Oh wow. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, once you got like a kid, it's like, especially if you're like a mother, it's not too uncommon to just be like just like put your full focus into just being a kid or a mother. It's like do you remember like Hilary Duff? Like they were like on the Disney Channel like all the time, and like yeah, she's just a mother now. Like she's not really in the spotlight. She just her entire life is just raising her kids, and she's content with that.
Migai 2089 said, I'd finish your story with family photos.
Right. So family photos. You're taking a family photo, and I think like you'd always just be like, like say cheese or whatever. And I'm trying to think, what was the exact phrasing? I'll probably be paraphrasing. But it was like, shout your most favorite thing in the world. And my grandma, who, like, she's a type where it's like, you don't swear around her. She doesn't like swearing, very proper person, But we just hear out of her, she's like, sex. And everyone's like, Grandma?
Miguy 2089 said, "Yo, that's crazy."
Yeah, I think. Oh. Yeah, she got. She's getting up there in age now. Last I've heard with her, she's like, she got a heart or she got some surgery done in her heart, and I think the most recent thing is like some of the medication they had her on. They found out that she actually has some ulcers in her stomach that started bleeding due to the medication. So she had to get a few blood transfusions. And she's still in like recovery from that. So hopefully that goes well.
Miguy 2089
Yeah, she's
said,
she's fun.
"Hope she gets all well."
Yeah, hope so too. I think she's in her 80s now. So she's been on this place for a while. She's been on the earth for a bit. But if anything, I'm glad they found these issues while she's still in the hospital. Like she initially just went in for the heart transplant or the heart surgery.
"I can't imagine just grandpas and grandmas just fucking in the retirement homes."
Oh, I've heard some stories. Supposedly, in old age, there are some people where like the hormones start to rage again, and like as the mental health changes, apparently, like it's not uncommon for old people to start having less inhibition, and like they're the people who will like smack like the butt of like a person who's tending to them in the care home. Like I've heard some stories.
Miguy 2089 said, "Like there's a certain age you just quit fucking, like maybe like 70 or 80, like when every move hurts. I can't imagine just going at it."
Well, that's the other thing too, right? Different people experience old age differently.
Said, "Like at that age you just can't get it up."
Yeah, like, well, I mean, there's medications for that, but like, there's like 70-year-olds who are like in the military, and like they've just got this primal strength where like they're 70 years old, but they're like still picking stuff up like they're 20, and like they've got like, I think they call it like old man strength, where it's like you either get weak and frail as an old person, or you're just built like a freaking brick, and you're just like one of those 70-year-olds who like, yeah, I was on the farm my whole life, I was in the war, I've been doing this my whole life. And like they'll be 70 years old and they're still lifting these like heavy bales of hay, and like they just don't care. Like they'll be 70, they'll be in their 90s, they're still doing like this heavy lifting, and then finally they'll just die in their sleep one day. But like they just they're just powerhouses for their entire life for the most part, and they'll just get sick for like suddenly and be in bed for like a week and then they pass away. It's like they'll be like just healthy and just they're not aching. They just one day their body just decides, we're going.
Migai 2089 said, I know my mom works in a retirement home. I heard a lot of stories. There was a grandpa who just had dementia, can't remember like anything, but knows how to do like these crazy football skills. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's
Migai
interesting.
2089 said, and Tegan, another grandpa, just chits on the floor every night.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's interesting. Some people like their mental health will start to go downhill, but their physical health will be like fine. There's other people where their mind is fine, but their physical health just goes downhill. You got the people where their mental health and their physical health is just good until
Migai
suddenly it isn't.
2089
It's just
said,
interesting.
real.
I think one thing that's frustrating though is like there's a lot of like there's also a lot of medical things or a lot of deaths in old age that are also preventable. Like one of my grandfathers on my dad's side, he passed away at the age of 65. I was probably in grade 8 at the time. No, not grade 8. I was 8 years old at the time. I was 8 years old. I think I was in grade 3. I'm pretty sure I was in grade 3 at the time. And yeah, he passed away at the age of 65. He was on a waiting list to get work done on his heart. But he was on a waiting list. And he died of a heart attack while he was on that waiting list. He could theoretically have still been alive had he gotten that surgery sooner. So you got like stuff like that where it's like, yeah, you just go to the hospital and you get your surgeries done when you need to get them, and yeah, you'll live a while, a lot longer. But then it's like
Migai 2089 said, yo, hospital waiting rooms are fucking stupid.
Yeah. Like I live in Canada where, the healthcare is free. Like you go in, you get your surgery done, you don't pay a dime. But we have higher taxes, like everything costs more because of taxes. And also, the medical system is just, at least where I am, the medical system is just slow. One of my aunt's friends, she got testing done to see if she had a certain
2089
ailment.
Said, where do you think I live? You won't guess it.
Where are you Canadian?
Migai 2089 said, no.
No. American? I know America is like the place
Migai
with like the worst
2089
healthcare.
said, no, why are you further off America?
Way further than America. Are you in Europe?
Migai 2089 said, yes, but which country?
Okay. Okay, so again to Europe. There's a lot of countries there. There's the UK. I'll go with UK as the next one, maybe.
Miguy 2089 said, think of cheese.
Cheese.
Miguy 2089 said, no.
Cheese. Trying to think what country? Italy? No, Italy's known for pasta. I don't know if they're known for cheese. Hmm. Let's see. At this point, I'd probably end up losing all the European countries.
Miguy 2089 said, are you Googling it?
I attempted. It failed. There's a lot of places in Europe that make cheese. I don't know. Belgium?
Miguy 2089 said, now you gotta guess. I believe you got this. You were close with Italy.
Yeah, 'cause I know there's definitely Belgian cheese. I've heard of that. Only other place I could think is maybe like Sweden. Sweden sounds like a place that would do cheese.
Miguy 2089 said, Italy ain't close to Sweden.
True. Honestly, I don't think I've actually looked at a lot of European countries on a map. Maybe I should look at a map.
Miguy 2089 said, I believe in you, come on.
Alright. Let's pull up a oh, shit. My controller's not being...
Miguy 2089 said, think of chocolate.
Okay. Oh! Okay. The map makes it a little more obvious. The next one that would make sense is probably France.
Miguy 2089 said, no, but close.
Yes, there's also Germany. Well, I haven't heard a lot about cheese in Germany.
Miguy 2089 said, cow's milk cheese chocolate.
God, there's so many countries I've never heard of in Europe. I guess maybe only like one I've never heard of. Wait, oh. Vienna's in Austria? Yeah. Oh, there's Switzerland. Switzerland definitely sounds like a cheese-making place.
Miguy 2089 said, yes. Miguy 2089 said, I thought you had it with the Italy and close.
Yeah, I had to I had to look at an actual map.
Miguy 2089 said, like borders almost only Switzerland. Miguy 2089 said, but I was born in Slovakia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here's a map I'm looking at.
Miguy 2089 said, but my parents moved here when I was small.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like all the way over here.
Miguy 2089 said, crazy. Miguy 2089 said, it's 2 a.m. here.
Damn, yeah, it would be, yeah.
Miguy
That's late.
2089 said, almost 3.
Yeah, I imagine it would be pretty late over there. Oh no. I know Europe's like ahead. And then you got Australia and like Japan that are like a full day ahead. Check out another world.
Miguy 2089 said, yo Australia a whole another world like them spiders and snakes hell nah.
Yeah. I remember hearing that like there was an episode of Peppa Pig.
Miguy 2089 said, they just think it's normal.
Yeah, I remember getting an episode of Peppa Pig where it was like teaching kids to not be afraid of spiders, which like in North America is probably fine, but in Australia that episode was not allowed to air Because the spiders in Australia want to kill you. They do want to kill you in Australia. And they can kill you in Australia.
Migai 2089 said, Yo FR. Migai 2089 said, Are you good?
Yeah. We're gonna... Oh, what the heck happened there? Wait, but... That's weird. I ended up finding this place. I think I remember as a kid on like the first computer I ever owned, which like the first
Migai
ever computer I could have on
2089
myself. I had this game.
Said, Holy fuck, the jiggle physics are so overdone in this game, like.
Yeah. Yeah. There's an avatar that like has jiggle physics that are even more pronounced than this one. But that avatar is one I
Migai
will put
2089
on.
said, I get the booby tracker now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another avatar that has some really pronounced physics in the chest area. But that one is tied to the donation goal. Look at that.
Migai 2089 said, That's crazy though.
Yeah. I'm gonna put
Migai
behind
2089
me.
said, $850 is crazy.
Indeed. What if I put this behind me? Maybe that would work better. So I wanna kinda, yeah, that might work. There we go. Now I can walk around.
Migai 2089 said, If you don't mind me asking, what's the biggest dono you got on stream?
I think the biggest at once was 150 USD. I think the biggest donation I've ever gotten off stream was when I initially started working on toe tracking. Someone donated like $300 American. And
Migai 2089 said, $300 for toe tracking stuff.
yeah,
Migai 2089 said, Crazy.
and to add to that, and for full disclosure, I will also be getting compensated to fully integrate it into some other motion capture software.
Migai 2089 said, "Whoa, that's crazy."
Yeah. God, this world. I remember
Migai
this world was like an
2089
old.
said, "What else can be tracked that isn't already like I don't know some people can move their ears."
You know what? I thought about like it would be cool to have like trackers on each ear, and like imagine like if I move my ears in real life, it like wiggles like the ears that are on my head here. Only thing is, I physically can't do that. I physically cannot move my ears around. So for me, I I'm the person who would get nothing from it. But there are people who can like move their real ears, and then like it's probably possible to map that to these ears up here.
Migai 2089 said, "I know a friend who can."
Another thing I've thought about is like putting like a motion tracker on my jaw to track my jaw is open or closed, and that could like do mouth animation. I wouldn't use it because I've got a better method at the moment, but for people who don't want a camera looking at their face, that could also work. I'm actually curious what other worlds we got here. So this
Migai
world's from Lego
2089
Island.
said, "Or LKKE, I don't know, neck tracking like swallowing and breathing would be also crazy."
Yeah, at the moment, actually, let's talk about breathing. So, like, if I stay still here, and you look at like the stomach, my stomach does actually slowly breathe in and out.
Migai 2089 said, "It moves a bit."
Yeah, it's a little subtle, but I did add some like subtle details like that to this avatar, just to make it seem a little more uh animated. Although,
Migai 2089 said, "The hair is nice though."
yeah, like there's a few different hairstyles on this avatar. I go through them.
Migai 2089 said, "Although."
Oh yeah, I got rid of the glasses toggle.
Migai 2089 said, "I'm sorry for interrupting you speaking sometimes."
Oh no, it's fine. There's also this avatar that
Migai
comes with the ball
2089
pit.
said, I like write a message and then it takes like 2-3 seconds and then it says it.
Yeah.
Migai 2089 said, yo crazy.
Look at this is technology at work. Look at what all this technology has achieved. We got ball pit VR physics. we. Yeah, there's definitely people who spend way too much time in this game.
Migai 2089 said, that's crazy.
We've also got this Jack Black
Migai
Steve avatar.
2089 said, holy fuck, but it's animated like very good.
First we mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft. Chicken jockey. Lava chicken.
Migai 2089 said, THQTS crazy.
We also got this avatar where it's like, you know, you do like that.
Migai 2089 said, holy fuck, I remember everybody was upset ace on that on TikTok.
Yeah. It was hard not to run into Anka. We also got this wholesome avatar, which has no mouth animations at all. But I guess it's Aerith. And she's got a gun.
Migai
Public
2089
property.
said, kind creepy but it's nice.
Yeah. The one thing that will make something creepy is the eyes. The eyes aren't moving. And they look lifeless. So it looks like I'm piloting a corpse. The eyes are how humans kind of derive whether something's alive or dead. But, you know.
Migai 2089 said, the gun does not fit to that avatar.
It doesn't. Maybe the chair. What else do we got here? Got this avatar. This avatar's kind of cool. trying to find the one. Alright. This avatar has one special thing that they can do.
他はともかく
Oh.
他はともかく爆裂魔法のことに関しては私は誰にも負けたくないのです行きます我が究極の破壊魔法エクスプロージョン
Oh no, the explosion's the wrong way.
Migai 2089 said, crazy. Migai 2089 said, that's cool though.
And now I gotta fix everything because avatar gestures break everything. So, if I switch to my normal avatar,
Migai 2089 said, holy fuck, the bot makes everything sound like I'm bored out by it.
yeah. Alright, I had to fix my face now. VRChat doesn't have a way to erase avatar gestures. Basically what avatar gestures do is like when I move my hands, it'll give me facial
Migai
expressions.
2089 said, I promise you everything I say it's cool, I'm actually impressed.
God, one thing that's interesting is like, because most people in VRChat don't have face tracking, what they do is they map the face tracking to gestures. So, if I'm pushing different buttons on my controllers, it'll make my face do different actions, and I usually have it fully disabled, because I have face tracking. But, because I turned avatar gestures on for just a moment to use that one avatar, now this avatar is screwed up, and I gotta do the right hand pose to undo it. Like, my tongue's not sticking out. Why is it doing that? Hold on, this might take a
Migai
moment.
2089 said, crazy.
Yeah, by default, my eyes are, like, shut for some reason. Okay. Hold both triggers.
Migai 2089 said, that zoom was crazy.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked that, but yeah. If you notice ever so slightly, my nose is also moving because it's breathing. And I think there's even nose physics. If I... Yeah. Someone touches my nose, it'll actually respond to that. Avatars are
Migai 2089
overly detailed.
said, that's crazy as fuck, yo, whoa, crazy. Migai 2089 said, so like everything got physics.
Yep, almost everything's got some kind of physics. So, like, you got people who, like, obsess over, like, the nuances of, like, every aspect of animating an avatar to make it feel lifelike.
Migai 2089 said, What's like the weirdest thing to have physics beside the nose?
Besides the nose. I mean, below the waist, just above the legs, between the legs, there's two specific parts of matter someone can have, you know? So there can be physics down there too, for some avatars. That might be the weirdest place.
Migai 2089 said, "No way that too, yo, what, that's crazy." Migai 2089 said, "Actually."
Yeah. There's like a whole system that people have made that interact between two avatars. If both avatars have this system, yeah, there's certain parts that can interact seamlessly. Like if you want to put a hot dog instead of a donut, you know, the donut will kind of shape around the hot dog, because we're just strictly talking food here. But yeah, if it can be animated, it has been.
Said, "Yo, whoa, yeah, only food, that's crazy." Migai 2089 said, "People got too much time on their hands."
Oh, for sure. Well, a lot of them get paid for it. Like, there's a lot of VR chat avatar creators who, like, that's their living. They make an avatar, they put it up on the marketplace, people buy it, and they make money just making avatars for VR chat. And so, of course, the more features you add to the avatar, the more people want that avatar. And especially the gooners. And the wild thing, too, is it's not just men. It's women also. Lots of women in VR chat buying these avatars, too. It's like, it doesn't matter what gender or sex you are, just everyone's interested.
Migai 2089 said, "Women can be goonets too, we don't judge."
Exactly.
Migai 2089 said, "What do you do like besides this, like for work, if you don't mind me asking?"
So at the moment I do a bit of freelance work. Unfortunately, the tech industry is absolutely abysmal right now. So I have been doing my own side projects, and also I've been converting a 20-year-old Mac real estate accounting program that was originally on Windows. Yeah, the application was on Windows. We're porting it over to the Mac, and it's been a Windows application for like 20 years. So I've been making that work on a Mac. And so far, it works all right. That's the one thing most recent thing I worked on. Also picking up just other small freelance things. It it just barely pays the rent. But
MIGI 2089.
no proper corporations hiring.
That's fire, yo.
But yeah, the thing I really want to get into at this point, though, is like body tracking. For probably like the month of October, I will be working on adding this toe tracking to Slime VR, and that will be for the month of October. That's my freelance work for October, and then I'm just going to continue building crazy things.
MIGI 2089 said, like full-time body tracking?
Yeah.
Making like special stuff?
Yeah, that would be cool. If I could like just get paid to like do research and development, build crazy hardware. That would be the dream. That would be the dream. Just building just wacky stuff. I also turned my body trackers. I think I talked about this briefly already, but one project I want to work on more is the project where like I got a bunch of body trackers working as like a game controller, because I'm able to play first-person shooters just body trackers. And I've been told that I have basically just reinvented the Kinect, but better, because you can actually play the games you care about playing. Like, I completed a Portal 2 test chamber with just body trackers controlling things. No buttons, no controller in my hand, just body gestures and tilting my body to move.
MIGI 2089 said, make a back scratch tracker that would be fire.
Yeah. Oh, a back scratch tracker would be great. Because my back does get itchy at sometimes. One thing that's interesting is testing out how much room I can walk around in. I think I've got a decent amount of space I can walk around without having to like...
MIGI 2089 said, before you bump into a wall.
Yeah. Actually, how much battery's on this headset? Oh, fortunately not very much. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab the power cable and walk at the same time. And there's a Roomba sitting on the cable. But yeah, if I just walk like... Here's a wall. I walk... Oh, shit. I tripped over the cable that I have plugged into my headset. And I lost a few trackers. Let's get that back on. Okay, if I walk this way, I can actually get off camera. So, let's see, can I actually... Let's move this with me, maybe? Tilt it that way. There's my other wall. And then... How far back the other way can I go? So... This is my other wall. So I've got like a decent amount of space. Like I can probably get through.
MIGI 2089 said, it's crazy that there are walls that are rare but you can't see them in VR.
Yeah. It would be cool to just be able to like be in like a gymnasium. So like you calibrate and everything in the center of like the gymnasium or like a football field. and then you could theoretically walk in each direction as long as you want. Most VR spaces are not bigger than a gym or a football field. But most
MIGI
old
2089
spaces are smaller.
said. And then just run randomly.
Oh, yeah. Okay, my head's gonna complain about battery, but I just unplugged it, and
MIGI 2089 said. A whole ass big ass field.
yeah, like here's the degrees of freedom I have currently. Like I can I don't have a cable plugged to the side of my headset. Got a lot more freedom. Although, I gotta plug my headset back in, cause...
MIGI 2089 said. I mean that's like good, like you can do a lot.
Yeah. Alright, I'm tired. Trying to find a world that looks cool but won't kill my graphics card.
MIGI 2089 said. Holy shit, that must have looked funny, like just with the real webcam just jumping around the rock with trackers and a tough on.
Yeah. In real life, I'm wearing a onesie. It's like a military onesie. Or a camouflage onesie.
MIGI 2089 said. Yo, that's crazy.
Alright, check out this space. It's a lot more detailed than the last one.
MIGI 2089 said. Look, that's quite the view.
I guess reflections aren't super realistic, but... yeah. It's just very easy to just find like a cool looking backdrop. Get my like chair, and then... let's position this a little better.
MIGI 2089 said. Do you have like a completely spirit room for like VR stuff?
Yeah, so I have my office space here in this house that has the walls padded. Like, I have these black sound blankets that I have hung from the walls, and it's like all around the room. So like, there's no echo in this room, or at least not very much echo. Like if I like clap my hands, I don't know if it'll pick up on my mic. But if I clap my hands, it's just like a deadened sound. You'll just hear the clap. You won't hear any like other surrounding sound reverberating back.
Migai 2089 said, "That sounds wrong, but I know what you mean."
Yeah, it wasn't originally designed to be a VR. Well, actually, yeah. I didn't plan for it to be a dedicated VR space out the gate, but it's got enough space that it's like, it's fine for it. Also, like...
Migai 2089 said, "It turned into one."
Yeah. And then you can just sit down. Got my arms sitting like that. Or my foot
Migai
sitting like that.
2089 said, "Holy shit, you can also sit cross-legged."
Yep. Yeah, these trackers are decently accurate. See if I can get the flying camera on. Lock grid. Can we dumb? I can't. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm sitting through the floor. Or the couch. So let's fix that. Yeah. I can cross my legs.
Migai 2089 said, "That's crazy though."
The other cool thing too is like these trackers can technically be used to like record mocap. So like I could like, let's say I'm working on like a game project. These same trackers that I'm using in VRChat, they can also be used to just record like pre-made animations. So I kind of have that I can do as well. And I didn't have to spend like a bunch of money. Like I think to probably get like a full set of like 10 trackers. That's maybe like $400 American. Or around $400 American.
Migai 2089 said, "Do you have them like strapped on or like glued on?"
So, the trackers I have are made by a company called Somatic VR, but they are based on an open source thing called Slime VR. But these particular trackers I have, these straps are kind of like Velcro, but they got like a silicone backing so they stick to the skin better. And so you kind of tighten them around each joint. And they got these quick release latches. So like, now that I've got them to the size I want, I just kind of like, I pull them around my leg. I put it in like this clip. And then it kind of just stays on my leg. And it's got like a magnetic plate on it. So my body trackers are actually magnetically mounted. So once I got the strap on, I can just take the tracker, slap it on magnetically, and it just stays there. I can actually, if I go to the website, I can probably show what they look like. Or actually, I've shown what the trackers look like. Yeah.
Migai 2089 said, "That's cool."
Yeah, I'll pull up the site here. So,
Migai
there's a guy putting on
2089
the straps.
said, "The little white squares."
Yeah. Yeah, so
Migai 2089 said, "Crazy."
yeah, I can pull up this video here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another Somatic VR video. I will adjust it to where it needs to go. I will hold down the strap adapter in place, undo the Velcro, just like this, and then I will just adjust as needed. Make sure it's on right, and it's literally that easy.
Migai 2089
I'm going to go ahead
said,
and show you what
"Why
a
is the
5
default
set,
stance a
a
T-pose?"
6 set,
The T-pose is usually done because you get better separation between all the joints. So, like, when you're trying to, like, rig a skeleton, or I'd like it. Actually, let me think through how to explain this best. So, a lot of, like, avatars, or, like, 3D models that need to move, you first obviously need to make the actual 3D model. But once you make the 3D model, you're also going to have to rig it. A lot of 3D models, if we're like going to be using Blender as an example, to save time, a lot of people will actually only model half of the 3D model. Then they'll mirror that data to create the other half. This like cuts time in half. But once we get into rigging, you kind of want the avatar to already be, or the mesh to already be like this. Because when you're adding the bones, you want to make sure you're making both sides of the body equally for the skeleton. And it's a lot easier when the avatar or model is like in a T-pose. Because then you only have to work with like 90-degree angles creating the skeleton. If you have to like deal with like 45-degree angles or other positions, like if you got like the model like this, just workflow wise, that just makes things take longer and makes it more difficult. So the T-pose is like just the most optimal way to add a skeleton to a character. Something's stuck in my throat. One moment.
Migai 2089 said, "Oh, I get it now, thanks for explaining."
Yeah. Yeah, it's the fastest, most efficient way. There are some people who do an
Migai
A-pose.
2089 said, "Come on, don't choke on me here."
Yeah, there are some people, though, there are some workflows that do an A-pose, so instead of the T-pose, like, the case isn't... Hold on. The camera's not quite moving how I'm expecting it at the moment. Okay, we turned it off and back on. No. Okay. Anchor. Okay, cool. Yeah, so some avatars will kind of have this pose. So some people do like working with the arms at 45-degree angles. It still achieves a similar purpose, but the T-pose is the most popular one. The biggest thing is you kind of want the joints as far away from each other as possible when you're adding the skeleton.
Migai 2089 said, wait, when you SUT down in real life the character also sits down?
Correct. Yeah.
Migai 2089 said, crazy.
Yep. That's the beauty of full body tracking. Whatever I do, the avatar does.
Migai 2089 said, why was the feet menu open?
Oh, yeah, that's my software. That's what's letting the toes happen. Ugh. Actually, I can probably switch over too, because like you can see
Migai 2089
skeleton doing the same thing as
said,
well.
what's the craziest thing you saw in VR?
The craziest thing I've ever seen in VR. I went to a world called the Black Cat, and these Pokemon surround me, and one of them is trying to be a wingman to a Squirtle, and the Squirtle needs to find a mate in order to become a Blastoise. If they don't get a mate for whatever reason, they won't be able to evolve into a Blastoise. This is what they told me, and like the other Pokemon was telling me, yeah, you just do it. Come on, just help this dude out. He needs to mate with someone to become a Blastoise. And I was just like, I just started laughing. So I'm like, what's going on here? And they were like very persistent, and yeah, that was just, I couldn't, I just couldn't.
Migai 2089 said, did you give in?
Well, so anyway, the other weirdest thing, was, the other thing that happens in the Black Cat is there's a lot of like, if you go into a Black Cat that's not age restricted, there's a lot of slurs that are spouted out by like 15-year-olds. Like they'll say like the N-word just on repeat. Yeah, There's some wild spaces in this game.
Migai 2089 said, so a lot of N-words.
There can be, depending on, like, there's people who, like, come on VR chat just to troll. A lot of those trolls are in public spaces that aren't age restricted. Like, there's actually a whole segment of VR chat that you need to actually send in your ID and have your age verified in the game to be able to enter certain groups. So, like, if you're an adult and you only want to be around adults, there's a system in this game to just make sure it's
Migai
only adults.
2089 said, holy fuck, for real?
Yeah. Because otherwise, the game is 13 plus, and, you know, if you're an adult, there's certain things you would talk about with other adults that you don't want to have those conversations with kids. So, like, yep, there's a whole segment of VR chat where it's like, yep, you gotta be an adult to go here, to go to this place or this world, or, you know. I'm glad there's a way to just separate out age groups in the game. Apparently, it was added before I started playing, but, like, I'm glad it exists. Apparently, it was a very highly requested feature.
Migai 2089 said, I would be trolling but not like N-word trolling, like maybe random avatars or some, but not YK.
Yeah. Okay, another fun thing. I'm currently eating a sandwich now, and you can kind of see my mouth doing the same motion. So if you're wondering, why is my mouth moving this way? I'm eating a sandwich.
Migai 2089 said, you, that's crazy.
I do want to play around more with hand tracking. It's the one thing I don't always have on. Like, it turns on when I put my controllers down and they're at rest. Like, now that I've got, like, a sandwich, I'm holding it in my hands. And hand tracking can kind of pick that up. Kinda. Because if my hands get too close, the camera stops seeing them, and you can kind of see it, like, kind of stops tracking. So the next step is to get, like, actual, like, hand tracking gloves.
Migai 2089 said, do you have, like, bicep tracking?
So my elbow tracker sits kinda here. Or, well, I guess right here. So it's kind of on the bicep. I guess I can't flex my bicep. Like, I can't, like, flex my bicep and then my arm grows a bit. I don't have access to that. If I wanted to, there is shoulder tracking. I haven't found a good way to mount a tracker to my shoulders, because, like, they gotta, like, perfectly sit on at a 45-degree angle between, like, where the shoulder begins and where the upper elbow kind of starts. It has to sit perfectly at a 45-degree angle. The problem with any strap is that it will want to either go upwards or fall downwards, and it's no longer at that perfect angle. So, at the moment, straps for the shoulders are really annoying to get on. But if you have shoulder trackers, you can do things like shoulder rolls. So if, like, I try to, like, move my arm like this, if I had a shoulder tracker, my shoulder would actually lift up when I do this motion. And then I would technically be wearing 14 trackers if I do that.
Migai 2089 said, "Crazy cool FR."
Yeah. Actually, I can show all the joints that can have a mapping. So if I switch inputs, you can have up to 20 trackers. So like, the head is currently the VR headset. My hands, those are my VR controllers or my real hands. But yeah, this software currently allows like your feet, your ankles, your thighs, lower arm, upper arm, left shoulder, right shoulder, the neck. I've got 10. Yeah, I've got 12 trackers. And you can see that this software doesn't actually have toes on it. I'm using separate software to add the toes, but
Migai 2089 said, "What's that thing near the crotch area?"
the crotch, so that's the hip tracker, and you get the waist tracker. So this is hip, waist. The waist tracker is usually optional. I could have a waist tracker on, but I've got the hip tracker, which sits lower. Usually the hip tracker needs to be like in the around the pelvis, or as close to it as possible. The hip tracker sits a bit upwards, kind of where up just above the belly button, and then your chest tracker will sit on your chest. And then there's an upper chest tracker, which it doesn't really add a lot of extra tracking capability. It just kind of makes things a little more stable, I think. So I've only got like one chest tracker. A person could have two chest trackers just to kind of track the chest a little bit better. Supposedly if you have like a waist and a hip, like it gives you like more vertebrae or whatever to kind of bend. Like if I were to like, oh shit. If I were to like, let's see, can I simulate it? Okay. So, I stand up, like bend my back. You can kind of see it's like
Migai
a
2089
straight board.
said, "Yo, look it, if you have a chest tractor, do you like put it over your boobies? I don't know how to kin them else."
For the chest tracker, for people who have like large chests, you can actually just sit the actual tracker on the back of the body. But yeah, it's like I got the chest tracker. The chest tracker can like either sit on the front, but some people prefer it like on the back, like right here. You can kind of tell my real back is kind of a little further out. But yeah.
Migai 2089 said, "So like with the hip and other tracky, you can also like arch your back and like have a more realistic back, right, M?"
Theoretically, yes. And I think the absolute maximum at the moment is like 20 trackers. But once the toe tracking is added, that maximum is going to be like probably like 20. It could honestly be an
Migai
additional
2089
10 trackers.
said, "What's the tracker spot you use the least?"
The least. I don't use the waist tracker. Like, I could have 13 trackers on right now. I do have another tracker I could put as the waist, but I find it doesn't, in most cases, it doesn't help a lot more. So I just don't wear it. Yeah, and you can kind of see here's all different trackers. Which tracker is this?
Migai 2089 said, "Do you have like a chest tingy that like you feel the touch and some?"
So, the trackers I have, they do have haptic motors in them. So, if someone touches my chest, the chest tracker will vibrate. If they touch the hip tracker, that will vibrate. If they touch, my thighs, yeah, that'll vibrate. If I kick someone in the face, my foot will vibrate. And same with my ankle. So, pretty much all my trackers have a haptic motor in
Migai
them.
2089 said, "Your toes."
My toes, they don't vibrate. To add a haptic motor into them would mean making them bigger. And toes are very small. So that's one thing that you can't really fit haptics on toes. The haptic motors just can't get that small and still be like worth it. Like if I wanna
Migai 2089 said, "We at hear me out idea."
alright.
Migai 2089 said, "Like haptic motion shoes that you can like feel what you're walking on in game." Migai 2089 said, "Like in real life."
That would actually be interesting. I would definitely say it's probably doable too, because it's like, if you've ever like used a PS5 controller with like the DualSense, games that actually like use it properly, like Astro's Playroom, for example, where it's like when the character's walking on the sand, the controller feels like you're walking on sand. So we've definitely got the technology. The biggest thing that prevents most of this stuff from existing is companies see it as a niche thing, and so they don't want to try it. They don't want to build the thing and try to find a market for it. So you got a lot of like smaller people building the stuff, finding the niche, and then making just by default enough, quite a bit of money for like one person or a few people. Because for them, that market brings them enough money that they're happy with. But a big company is like, oh, well, that product's not going to make us millions of dollars, so we just don't want to invest any money and waste our time at all. But that would be such a cool idea, and it's probably doable. I could probably try strapping like a couple PS5 controllers to my feet with the DualSense.
Said, you built a body tracker out of Wii remotes. I think you could make this too.
Yeah, it's probably doable. It's probably very doable. The shoes would probably be a little bit bulky, but I could probably do it. I could probably like build a prototype with just a few PS5 controllers strapped to like maybe the sides of the of a shoe, and then figure out like a smarter way to like not use PS5 controllers, and have it be like its own thing. Yeah, that's definitely something I might actually want to look into.
Migai 2089 said, would be a crazy idea though, right?
Yeah. That's actually part of the reason why I originally wanted to try using a PS5 controller for head pat haptics. Like, to create the sensation of like someone like touching the top of your head. Because a PS5 controller does have that amount of like depth you can put into it. Because like the way a PS5 controller works is you plug it into your computer, right? And Windows thinks it's a 4-speaker surround sound setup. Like it thinks it's a quadraphonic speaker setup. So like you can send an audio file into
Migai 2089 said, your mic got quiet.
Oh, okay. Actually I can probably switch microphones. I'm close enough to my actual mic because I'm sitting at my computer desk, so... Let's switch... Wait, what the frick? Oh, that would do it. The microphone got set to, like, very low volume. Okay, I'll repeat what I said. So... The PS5 controller, Windows sees it as a 4-speaker surround sound setup, a quadraphonic speaker setup. So, when you have it plugged into your computer, Windows thinks that the PS5 controller's haptic feedback is an audio system. So what that basically means is, like, the way its haptics work is you're feeding audio data into it. So if you want something to feel like sand, you just put a sand sound into the PS5 controller as if it's a speaker, and it feels like sand. It turns out that, like, haptics and sound are kind of the same thing. Which is interesting to think about. You're hearing the texture of what something feels like most of the time. So, in theory, right, let's say I have a PS5 controller strapped to my foot. If I want it to feel like I'm stepping on grass, you just play a grass sound. So what it sounds like is what it feels like. And that's an interesting thing to think about as far as, like, haptics. It's just the physical representation of what we feel. And I guess it kind of makes sense. A lot of touch is just texture, I guess. It's like when a speaker system's really loud, you feel it, but you also hear it. It's interesting to think just how, like, different sensors of the body, like, respond to the same stimulus. We feel vibration, we hear vibration, and so they both are basically just... The same solution solves both problems.
Migai 2089 said, FR like it's crazy but I'm going, I gotta catch some sleep, it's 4 a.m. See ya Tamaru if you live.
Yeah, rest well. Yeah, that does sound pretty late. Alright. So, I think the next thing I'm probably going to do is we might switch over to some avatar work. Not sure.
Migai 2089 said, good night.
Good night. Alright. So, I think what I might do is we might actually pull apart how this avatar works in Unity. So, like, we got the toe tracking and all that. But, you know, we'll pull back the curtain a little bit. We will open up Unity, the Unity game engine. And this is how a lot of avatars in VRChat are created. So, we let's see. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode. But, okay. I'm gonna move these windows around so I can kind of see what I'm doing in VR space. And you can open up this project here. Talked a lot about motion capture and other things. It's fun. So now we basically just have to wait for Unity to load. So I gotta lock these windows somehow. Don't want these moving around. Cool. Yeah, Unity is a very slow engine to start, so I think... Oh, okay, I gotta do another thing. I gotta... And turn off hand tracking. Because I don't want my hands attempting to interact with the windows. Let's put my controllers at the side. And that should lock my hands down. But yeah, we'll kind of go over this, like, it was me, like, trying to punch. Oh, wait, we can't actually see it, so, yeah. Okay, so, show this off real quick. This is, like, me talking about, like, my controller stuff. So, I'm punching in real life, and it's making me punch in Halo, which is cool. But yeah, we got, here's the avatar. Here's the avatar I'm wearing right now. Oh god, my computer's lagging out a little bit, but I think we'll be fine. So, yeah. Here's the avatar. And if we go through here, the way we're able to, like, do things like toe tracking is I got these values here. Oh. These allow me to tell different animation states how to trigger. So we got a blend tree here for one of the toes. And this has, like, an animation for being bent, for being neutral, and for being on tippy toes. So that will basically allow us to switch between different states. So if we go here, and like we move this around, it kind of blends between different animation states. And that's what allows us to bend a toe. So, like, if I go and I lift a foot up and I bend my foot in different states, we're actually blending between different animations. So that's how that's able to work. That's how we got our custom toe tracking working. The only annoying thing is that VRChat only has a limited amount of space for expression parameters, and it's only about like 256 bits of custom stuff you can sync. And a float, just a single float, takes up 8 bits. So if I open up where is it? Okay, if you open up the expression parameters, you kind of see all of these different things. And then you got all these synced things. So we get a float, a float, a float. You can see up here, we got this thing that says 80 out of 256 synced bits. But as soon as we get phase tracking into the mix, phase tracking takes up a lot of expression data. So if I click the play button, this will make Unity really slow. I don't know if it's going to freeze up the stream. It probably will. So, you know, it probably will cause the stream to freeze a little bit. But we're doing this for educational purposes. So let's get into play mode. So we're going to check out the avatar again. And this time, oh. Yeah, Unity's not being as responsive right now. We're 246 out of 256 synced bits. So actually, how much space do we have left? 256 minus 246. Yeah. So we only have like 10 bits of data left. That could be assigned to something, but that's not enough for 2 extra floats, which would give us 2 extra points of toe tracking. We just don't have that much more space left. We could, like, get rid of, like, the horns, the halo, like, get rid of a few clothing toggles, and that will eventually maybe give us more space, but even just getting, like, 2 floats per foot to fit into this many bits was a pain, and took a lot of effort. So, yeah, there's not much more precision we can get out of this, unfortunately. But it's definitely interesting. Being able to cram, like, so much stuff into one of these has just been... It's been a pain. It's been a pain trying to cram what I want. But yeah, that's mostly the avatar custom animation stuff. You can kind of see there's, like, all these face tracking parameters, these behaptics parameters. And then go here, and, like, you can see all the different layers. So, like, you know, stuff for different toes, the belly animations, you get the breathing animations. And the left hand, the left toes, the right toes. Each one has its own different layer. And yeah. We're gonna close Unity. So, I guess, just to summarize things, we kind of talked about mostly body tracking. We set up the slime trackers, kind of went over that process. I talked about different elements of body tracking. Oh my god. I started to choke on my own spit there for a moment. Gotta love it when I'm trying to talk. But yeah. Yeah. I think that the next video I put together is gonna be wild. So, hopefully this has been interesting to watch so far. Hopefully you guys learned some stuff. And I think that we've been streaming for 4 hours. There's some other things I want to do. And outside of any further questions, I might start wrapping things up. Because I think I'm kind of out of things to say for today. I did turn, I did do a fun thing where, like, I did make a dance pad out of my trackers. We'll wrap up with that. Okay. Yeah, I think that's everything I can possibly cover. So, yeah. Thanks to everyone who watched. I'm gonna work on some other stuff. And, yeah. I'll see you guys next time.